What's going on, everybody? It's Pale Horse here. We're having a great afternoon over here. We just got a new painting all prepped and ready to paint with you guys. And got my paints all mixed up and ready to go. Some brand new water and some tunes. I'm trying something a little bit different with my audio. So if you're out there and let me know if my music is too loud. I still need to figure the music part out about this whole streaming thing. But so let's get into it. So today we're painting Cad Bane from Book of Boba Fett. And I really liked his appearance in the Book of Boba Fett show, and I thought it was pretty cool. And it actually kind of freaked me out at first. I was like, wow, that's freaking terrifying. And the only other time that Star Wars ever freaked me out was when I was a little kid and I first saw Return of the Jedi and I saw the Rancor for the first time. That's the only other time that Star Wars freaked me out. But I thought the appearance of Cad Bane in the Book of Boba Fett was pretty gnarly, so I wanted to do a portrait of him. So let's get into it. So let me know if my my music is too loud over my voice or anything if you're out there. Appreciate it. Alright, so right now we're working with Golden brand acrylics. This is what we're using. It's Golden fluid acrylics, so it's a little bit thinner than some of the other Golden brands that they have. They have open acrylics and matte and like other stuff like that. So this is the one that I use. It's thinner, and I use it in an airbrush, and I like to use it with a brush. It gives a nice. I like it the pigment, so it has like a nice vibrant look to it when it's all finished. So let's get into it. Well, I apologize. It's been out for a few days. I thought everybody would have seen it by now. So what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna focus on getting the darkest darks and the lightest lights picked out. So we're gonna look at the deep shadows and start adding our color into those deep shadows, and then just basically going a full touching the whole painting, getting it all done with a one layer of paint, and then going back in and picking out the darkest darks. I'm doing pretty good. I've been just really wanting to paint this painting for the last couple of days. I started getting everything laid out and worked out the last couple of days, and then I was waiting to just do it on Saturday. So just been wanting to get in the studio and start working on this. And I've been tweaking my stream a little bit. I'm pretty new at it, So I've been working with After Effects and making my own overlays and backgrounds and stuff like that. And so it's been a week of experimenting, and I'm just trying to see how it works this time through. So now we're using a little bit darker shade of the overall base color that I've selected to do my underpainting. If you're not familiar with painting terms, underpainting is basically you render out or completely paint the painting, the darkest darks, the lightest lights, and everything in the middle in just one tone. Usually it's like a burnt sienna or a light brown or a yellowish brown. I tend to paint towards the darker side, so I use a Playtho blue and black, and I add and subtract water to lighten the paint and thin it out to create a wash, and then I tint it with more or less blue and black depending what the light or the shadow needs, and then I I develop the painting from there, and then after that, then I move into glazing the painting in color, which is glaze is using a thinned out with water because I'm using acrylics thinned out paint to still maintain some of the information below the color. Yeah, it's voiced by the same voice actor uh, that did it in the Clone Wars and all the other appearances that he had. I think he was also in the Bad Batch. But yeah, it's the same. I'm pretty sure it's the same voice actor. Obviously, it's not exactly like the cartoon, but it sounds really good. Sounds and looks really good. Some some people are complaining about he's not blue enough, but I think it's really awesome. Super menacing. Yeah, he does kind of look like a frog. Yeah, I was actually uh, watching a couple of Star Wars YouTubers that I watch, and they were talking about that the alien species, I think it's called a Duro, age is the same as or real similar to a human. So he would have been up in his like 65, 70 years old by the time you see him in the this appearance. So he would have been a lot older. I'm not sure who you're talking about. Oh yeah, yeah. I definitely want to paint her leaning up against that tree. I was like, oh, that's an awesome painting. I actually have on my Instagram. There's a Ahsoka Tano painting that I did that I really like. It's got her with the crossed sabers, with the a crimson background with the what is it called? I can't remember what Admiral Thrawn's ship's called. Right? Oh, the Chimera. It's got the two serpents that are going like this, and it's awesome. I painted that a while back. Yeah, Ahsoka's awesome. I'm so glad she made it to live action. It's so funny. Nobody really liked her when she first came out in the cartoons, and now she's like super big, just like all the great Jedi from Star Wars. It's like accepted among the ranks. I was thinking about it the other day. I saw, I think it was somebody on YouTube was talking about Ahsoka and that she's kind of like his aunt, Luke Skywalker's aunt almost. I was kind of thinking about that. Yeah, I definitely kind of agree with that. Luke Skywalker's kind of like the old school, you know, like my parents and my generation of kids that grew up in like the late '80s, early '90s. It's kind of cool. Every generation has had their own like Star Wars kind of thing, you know. Like my parents had 77, you know, and then I was born in the '80s, so I got to watch all of those. And then by the time I was like almost going into high school, the prequels were coming out, and then now, you know, over the last couple of years with all the newer movies coming out, I got to kind of like appreciate Star Wars in like different ways over my whole entire life, which is kind of cool. Like I know some people say, you know, they don't like the newer ones, but they have their place. I mean, I like some of the stuff that was going on and some of the background messages that they had. Like I like to. I used to watch this guy on YouTube who's named the Urban Acolyte, and he would talk about Star Wars in a more spiritual way, and talk about like the similarities to like Taoism and and stuff like that. And his channel was really unique. He would connect Taoism and some of the you know, ancient practices and the story arc of the hero's journey, and make, you know, educated guesses on what would happen next, and explain it through the Taoist religion and the study of how stories are told through the hero's journey. And he would reference the Man of a Thousand Faces. I think that's the name of the book. It was a book about how stories are told, like myths and legends and stuff like that. And like they explain how the phases of how somebody goes through and does the different things that they do in a story, like how to make a really good story. It was really interesting when he was doing it. I think he got fed up with the fan base. Yeah, I kind of have the same thing too. My parents and my my grandma actually had uh, Return of the Jedi and a movie collection that they had. I don't know. I think we got a whole bunch of movies. Like sometimes at the grocery store, they would have like bundles of movies for like discounted prices or whatever. And I think either my dad picked them up or something. Somehow, a copy of Return of the Jedi ended up over at my grandma's house, and that's where I started watching Star Wars for the first time. And like I said earlier, the Rancor scared the crap out of me when I first saw it. Like I'd have to turn away because I was still really young when I seen it. And then after that, I was hooked on it, and I could never get into any other like sci-fi other than like Star Trek here and there, but I was totally hardcore Star Wars. I could appreciate other sci-fi, but like I remember when I was a little bit older, I tried to watch the original Dune movie, and I just could not get into it. And I was like so hardcore Star Wars. I was like, it's not Star Wars. I don't want it. From what I understand, they don't consider gray Jedi's as a thing. It's kind of like, um, that's kind of that's a hard thing to talk about because there's a lot of contradicting things. But like, my favorite way to look at it is like Qui-Gon Jinn. I read a lot of the Qui-Gon Jinn books, and like he's like the poster child for what everybody thinks a gray Jedi is, at least from my my understanding of the fandom. And like the way he would talk about like his experience with the Force in the books was like um, he trusted the living Force, so like he stayed with his gut and stuff like that, and he didn't let like politics really like change his mind and stuff like that. He trusted what he felt was right, and he listened to the living Force. And like from what I understand is like there's like the Force that everything gives off individually, but then there's like the overall Force, like the harmony of the world or the planet or wherever, the universe. And that's what he listens to. So he listens to like the heartbeat or the soul of the universe, other than individual things or things that could be changed by greed or politics or whatever. But from what I understand, in the canon, they don't really refer anything as a gray Jedi. They have I read a lot of the newer books too. In there they have a type of Jedi that's called a Wayseeker, which doesn't really follow like the mainstream Jedi Order, because like they in the Old Republic, the new books that are coming out, everything is a little bit more relaxed, and their feelings kind of get in the way a little bit. Like you can see them struggling with their attachments and stuff. And can't remember what I was getting at, but the Wayseeker was a form of being a Jedi that you could take, where you go out and find your own way. And the one Wayseeker that they talk about a lot is like a monster hunter. She goes out and takes care of all these monsters and different little things that pop up here and there, but she doesn't really have like a home where she goes to. She just is a Wayseeker Jedi. And there's this one thing in one of the books where they didn't tell her any information about what was going on in the greater galaxy because she was a Wayseeker. And that's one of the things that was kind of interesting about that time of the Star Wars canon was the Wayseeker. But I think that would probably be the closest thing, I think, in Star Wars right now that would be considered to be like a gray Jedi, or maybe just somebody that adheres more to the greater voice of the Force. You talking about the new era Star Wars? The newer, I don't even know what they call it. I think it's the New Republic, or I can't remember. But yeah, that'd be cool. Some of the stuff they got in the books are awesome. Like their ships. Their ships are badass. They're like they have like you're not allowed to use the weapon system not unless you have a lightsaber. That's like how their weapon system's controlled. So like they literally like plug their lightsabers into those ships to turn on the weapon systems to fire them. It's awesome. You talking about like old Republic stuff like from the games? I would love to see any like old-timey Star Wars stuff like before like hyperdrives and stuff like that. That'd be really cool. I haven't played much of the Old Republic games. I think I've watched a couple of the walkthroughs online. Like, I think Dash Star back in the day used to have some playthroughs of some Old Republic stuff I was watching. I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I like watching a lot of the cinematic stuff from the games. Have you read a lot of the Star Wars books? That would be hard. Yeah, the books kind of go to hand in hand with a lot of the stuff that's been going on. Like you know, they had the new trilogy come out. Um, was it 7, 8, and 9? They had a lot of books to fill in a lot of stuff and a lot of Easter eggs and stuff that would go hand in hand with um, what's considered lore, you know. And then now with the comic books are starting to be really awesome too. Like I'm kind of interested to see like how some of the comics blend into what's happening in the Book of Boba Fett, because I think the final big bad boss of everything, like who's behind everything in the show, would end up being somebody from the comic books. I'm kind of thinking. I could be wrong, but it's kind of interesting. The comic books have been really, really great over the last, I think, 2 years that I watch this other Twitch streamer. I don't know what he goes by on Twitch. I watch him on YouTube, but he does his comic book read on Twitch and reposts to YouTube. He's called what the hell's his name now? Kyle Katarn. And he's got comics with Katarn, and I watched that show, and he's been reading all the comic books, and he gives voices and everything, and he does a real good job, and he interacts with the chat and stuff. But I've been following the comics, and it's been seeming like a lot of this stuff's blending over, and I'm interested to see what happens in the last episode of Boba Fett. Some of the smaller books, like From a Certain Point of View, that's the name of this couple. I think it's like 2 books in the series, and it kind of plays out different things that you already know from the movies in from a different person's perspective. And you get to find out little tidbits of like what actually happened to things and different artifacts and stuff like that from different events in the lore.
The Chitauri said, if you serve us, you wretched little human beings, we are going to make you into
Yeah, I really loved. You're talking about Mora Jade, right? Um, if you're talking about that one, yeah, that would be really awesome.
People started talking with their tongues where they had talked with their minds before.
I'm not really sure if we would see anything like that because we already know how Luke Skywalker's story ends, and I wonder if there was any time to have a wife. Because some of his stories in the that one that one game, I think Battlefront, where you play like a special operations, what's it called, like I forget what they're called, like they're like TIE fighters, and they're like special operations guys, and you see like Luke Skywalker's scavenging the galaxy for like artifacts. So I wonder if there was enough time to settle down. But yeah, I loved Mora Jade's stories. Think I think she's in. Isn't she in Heir to the Empire? That book that was in Legends. Pretty sure that's like the first time I heard about her. Yeah, I wasn't expecting the direction that they went in with the new series. I did like the reluctant teacher and some of the deeper meaning parts of it. Like if you look at what Luke actually did was so like he he was like a reluctant teacher. He couldn't be what everybody wanted him to be. Like he couldn't be the uh, the hero, uh, the Jedi, the hero that saves the day. And he lost all his students and stuff like that, and that made him become the reluctant teacher. But if you look at it, from a bigger picture, you may not agree with me and not like the aesthetic or what you see on screen, but he basically did what he needed to do. He became the hero that everybody needed. He stood up against the First Order on his own by himself, you know, and survived. And basically, even not being there, but projecting himself there and portraying himself in that manner of being that hero, he was exactly what the galaxy needed him to be. He needed to be the spark that ignited, the next generation. So if you look at it from a larger picture, what Luke did in the last movies was, he became exactly what he needed to be. He was the spark to ignite the next generation. It may have not worked well on film, but if you think about it, story-wise, I think it was pretty cool. But I would have liked to see a little bit more action, not action, but maybe just a different form. But other than being, the reluctant teacher, hermit. But that's the story that we got, and I still like it. I shed a couple tears in the movie theater watching watching that, seeing my childhood hero, and then thinking about it later, and listening to a couple YouTubers talk about it, especially that Urban Acolyte guy, made me think about the movies a little bit different. At least, just like from a storyteller's standpoint, and it's hard to separate the nostalgia and the love from good storytelling sometimes, or what makes a good movie. But I love Star Wars in pretty much any form or fashion. I mean, there's some stuff that I liked more, some stuff that I liked less. But overall, I love, the universe and the stories and the audiobooks and comics. I first started painting Star Wars stuff was because I wanted to be part of the universe. Really, that was the only reason why I wanted to paint Star Wars, was to listen to it on an audiobook and paint something and feel a part of the universe. It's kind of funny, but I started painting it because I wanted to actually just paint a couple of scenes, because I had just started getting into painting, and one thing led into another, and that's just what I kept doing for a real long time, was painting portraits of Star Wars, or scenes from Star Wars movies.
People started talking with their tongues where they had talked with their minds before.
Yeah. going on? How you doing? We're over here doing an underpainting on Cad Bane. Yeah, Cad Bane. He's a notorious bounty hunter from the Clone Wars era, wreaking havoc over the galaxy. We're doing an underpainting to get the first layer of light and shadow on our piece here. And then after we get done with that, we're going to hit it with some whites and lighter tones, and then come back in with some color. But right now we're in the first stages of doing the darkest darks and middle tones. Okay, now we're gonna pull out a finer brush, start hitting those really dark spots and really building up a little bit more black with our blue mixture. We're not going for a straight black, going for, you know, as dark as we can get it and still keep it looking that dark blue color. Kind of want to stay away from all the way black or all the way white. You want to save those colors for your final touches. What up, Dish? How are you doing today? Great to have you in the chat, man. Sweet, what you gonna play? My wife's been playing Fortnite and killing it with her homies. Sweet, man, I can't wait. I got a bunch of people that I know. They always ask me about the movie and stuff like that because it's been so long that we've been working on it. But yeah, I can't wait to see what goes on. Yeah. Just getting everything prepared. That's hours. What up, Jacobite Games? Cad Bane, yeah. This was the surprise I was talking about for the last stream. Or when I was saying that I got a surprise coming. Been waiting for the last couple of days to paint. I actually got to start a little early too, so I'm about like hour and a half, no, 2 hours early. Wanted to get as much as I could get done today. Right now we're working on doing the underpainting, and an underpainting is basically one tone, so I'm using a blue-black color, and we're gonna go through and we're gonna paint one layer of darkest darks. So I'm basically working to 2 black or almost black in the middle tone range, and then when I come back in I'll be using white, and I'll tint that from like a lighter form of the middle color all the way to almost white. And then when everything's looking super awesome and almost done, I'll hit just a few spots with straight black and straight white, so that we get a full range of darkest darks to lightest lights. And then we'll move into doing some washes, color washes. Color washes are thinned out layers of paint. So you use, I'm using acrylic paint. So we're gonna use your color and mix a little bit of water until you get to the right consistency that you want to put your wash on. So like if you're building things up, you would probably start with a thinner layer, so more water to paint, and then just slowly bring that up, and then the pigment will slowly gather on top of where you're putting it, and give you a really nice depth of the painting. I was trained as an oil painter, so that's kind of like what I bring to acrylics is a little bit of knowledge of oil, and that's kind of like how I paint. So I paint from dark to light, and then I use thinned out layers of paint or color paint, and then do the same thing, dark to light with the colors. And then by the end, you get a nice blend and good use of light and good use of color. So I don't know if you know this, but a little funny Star Wars trivia about Cad Bane. But if you notice in the cartoons Clone Wars, there's a couple episodes where he doesn't have his breathers on, and I finally figured out what the I've only been working an hour and a half. I did the sketch earlier in the week, and but painting time I've only been working an hour and a half. But getting back to the trivia, the breathers were to bypass his esophagus for his air or something. It's supposed to like deliver air directly to his lungs or something. So when he would fight Jedi or whatever Force users, that they couldn't choke him, and that's what the hoses were for. I thought that was kind of funny. When it comes to painting, Jacobite, you know how you just asked about how long it took me to paint this? Well, this is like the foundation of the painting. You wanna paint with light first before you paint with color. When you're painting with color, your color's light. You know, color comes from light, so you want to paint with light and shadow first, and then add the color. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to get my dark and middle tones really figured out and flushed out, so when I come back in, I don't have to use so much light paint, and it just really keeps a nice contrast, and that helps with the future of adding color, because the way I specifically paint is I use washes of color, which are transparent, so you can see through them. So you're able to read the marks below, and eventually, when everything's built up, when you switch to the color part, you're still working light to dark, but you're also working thin to thick. So at the end, you should be using like really like paint that you can't see through, so really opaque paint, and using like bright whites like right out of the tube and blacks right out of the tube to like finish it off, like the final touch. Because if you do it that way, you get a nice slow blend, so it's real soft, and you get like soft edges and stuff like that. There's tons of different techniques. That's how I paint. Hell yeah. The more you know. I was just thinking, you know how you have a Funko reveal when you get to a certain amount of points? When I cash my points in, I'm gonna ask for a tattoo reveal, because we're both the sleeved brethren. Yeah, there's always a story for some of them. At least I like to have stories for mine. I got some interesting tattoos. Unfortunately, my tattoo artist passed away in December. He had an addiction to something, but I guess he couldn't kick it, and unfortunately passed away. He left behind 3 kids. He was like the embodiment of creativity. I swear to God. He like was definitely one of the main people that got me into painting. The first time I met my tattoo artist was I can't remember when, but like I actually went to the college that he was studying at and sat in. Like I knew somebody from the college, and they let me do like a tag along with the guy to his classes to see if I want to come to the school or not. And my tattoo artist Dan Plumley was studying at that school, and I got to watch him do a live portrait painting of a lady. It was awesome. Like that's something I'll remember for a very long time. And then getting to meet him, he treated me so nice, and not like a client or anything, just kind of almost like a friend, kind of a buddy, you know. It was pretty cool experience for being, you know, I was like, I don't know, 20 maybe when I started getting heavily tattooed. But he was an awesome dude. When he asked me like what I wanted, like I couldn't really come up with my ideas what I wanted to. Yeah, he was awesome. He was real. The coolest thing that he told me when I was there, like he really admired family men. Like they really like hit me when I heard him say that, like that he found being settled down and more people looking after their families and stuff like that being an inspiration to him. And I was like, oh, that's awesome. I would have thought like he would have told me like something crazy or more rock star like, you know, but like he found like simple things like that awesome. But you know, sometimes you can have everything and still not know what, you know, get it right, you know what I mean? So but he's a good guy, Dan Plumley. But anyways, the tattoos that I got are the first one I got was my sleeve over here. I'll show you guys real quick. So this one was my first one. It's crows. It's not finished, obviously, because of Dan, but it's crows in a dead tree, going up into one flying in the moonlight. I don't know if you can see it up there, but a bunch of dead crows sitting in a dead tree with that's supposed to be a glass orb on my elbow, and then right here is kind of like can't really see it, but like fountains, like underground fountains with water come out, and then like this is like a king, like a dwarven king or something, and it's like another kind of fountain. And then I have a memorial from my mom. She passed away of bone marrow cancer back in 2002, and that was supposed to be blended into like some kind of like rock formation in the middle of like a little like a pond or something. What's going on? First time chat, how you doing? But and my other one was Atlantis and Ancient Aliens. So there's like the Atlantean king, and then like his lineage, you know, coming from aliens, you know. So it kind of gives it like this cool two-faced kind of deal, and a Kong shell, and like meteorites, talking about like how the planet was seeded, or the universe was seeded. And then it goes down to like a keyhole. I don't know if you can see that. It's a keyhole with like a galaxy inside, and it's like, you know, shooting out the puzzle pieces. There's puzzle pieces right here that build the galaxy, and right here is like a pathway of two different kinds of structures, like man-made structures and alien type structures, symbolizing like the knowledge, different levels of knowledge going through the pathway, and have it like alien knowledge and human knowledge. It's all kind of like, yeah, Atlantis. It's all kind of ancient aliens kind of inspired. And my other one on this arm was inspired by all the things in my life that I find interesting. Like I always love trees, and crows are a real big thing in my life. And I like the ancient civilizations and stuff like that. So like blended everything that in my life that I like or find beautiful, and that I really like the ancient aliens and Atlantis and stuff. So that was like the kind of story behind my tattoos. I got a huge back piece and some on my legs too, but the ones on my legs are have some apes, and one is a gorilla that's a samurai, like breaking through the woods or like the jungle, and then I have a Shaolin monkey, there's like these temples where they have like Shaolin monks that are statues, like concrete statues, and they're sitting on stairs, and I had my buddy make like a monkey or a chimpanzee like in a Shaolin robe statue, and then I have a food dog, like outside of Chinese food stores or like restaurants, the things that are sitting with their hands on the big ball. So I have like a huge like red ape gorilla with bells on his arms for like representing the bells on the food dogs. And then on my back I got a huge chest piece like my logo. That's great, but it's a horse. And then the bottom part is the chest piece, and it's like breaking away from like granite or some stone, breaking away for a real life horse. And then it's got a single action army pistol in a holster on the side of it, and then it has dream catchers up on my shoulders with my name Pale Horse across my back. And then I got a raven in my lower back with its wings spread like this around my side. Pretty cool. They're not finished, but one day when I get some money, hopefully I'll get out there and get some more stuff done. My next tattoo I want to get, I've been thinking about this for a couple years, but I really love old motorcycles and like old bikers and the old biker club scenes and stuff like that. And my favorite pictures were like of the old 60s Hells Angels, where they had those old like Harley Sportsters, all like choppers and bobbers and stuff like that. I would love to have a chimpanzee like dressed up in an old biker like look, like with the blue jeans with the rolled up cuffs, and like a short sleeve shirt with the rolled up sleeves, and a cut, like a denim cut, and like sunglasses, like the black rimmed frame sunglasses, like smoking a joint or a cigarette or something like that. And on his back I want to have some spotted bananas for his motorcycle club patch, and then on the top of the rocker I want it to say Rotten Bunch. And I want him to be sitting on the back seat of his motorcycle, like leaning up on it, like smoking a cigarette, and have like the chopper like kind of parallel to him, and have him sitting on the back just chilling, smoking his cigarette, looking really cool. But that's what I want for my next tattoo. We're getting real close to moving onto the lights and the white colors. Just trying to get this last little bit of his hat darkened up to the right point, and we should be moving on to the white. Yeah, me too. I had a really good job when I was getting tattooed. I the I was getting a lot of PTO. I don't know if you know what that is, but it's paid time off. So I would basically like for like almost like 2 years I saved up my vacation time, and then I started getting like a better raise every year, and so it got to the point where I had enough vacation time to take off like every Monday for like months, and that's what I was doing every Monday for a few months. Is I would go get tattooed for a few hours at my buddy's house, and then like take a week and a half to like repair or get a different section tattooed if it overlapped with the repair with the healing, But yeah, for a while I was going every Monday to get tattooed. But then I bought a house and I couldn't afford to do that. Yeah. I had a little ritual when I would get tattooed. It's funny, but I had a bad experience one time. So when I was getting tattooed on my first sleeve, I had already had like hours already under the needle, and I had scheduled a session and I went in, but like I was just like so hyped the whole day that I couldn't eat. Like I wanted to eat, but I just could not like physically eat. And if anybody knows about getting tattooed, is you want to go on not like a full stomach, but like semi-full, so you have the electrolytes and the sugars and the fats and stuff like that, all to like help you deal with the trauma of dealing or getting tattooed. And so I ate like a nugget and a half, maybe 2 nuggets from McDonald's, and I was getting tattooed for like an hour and a half to 2 hours already, and they were just doing this like small little red dot, like the smallest pin dot on the back of my arm here, after already getting tattooed for like an hour and a half, and I ended up passing out. Like I just got all like ugh, and I passed out, and they sat me up in the chair and everything, gave me a glucose pill. So ever since then, like I didn't want to feel like that tattooed, and I didn't want to get all ill like that. So I figured out a way to kind of like ensure that I had enough sugars in me to make it through and not get woozy or anything. So I started getting one of those Revive, like Gatorade kind of things. What is it called? Vitamin water? Revive. That was the one that I got. And then I would get the M&Ms with the cookie in it. I think they were like in a blue bag. But that's what I would take with me to get tattooed, was like 2 of those vitamin waters and a bag of M&Ms, the crunchy ones, and I'd just be popping those the whole time just to like keep my sugar up and stuff like that. Just, I don't know if it would have did anything to me to help me, but like, I guess it was in my brain, but it made me feel better. So now I'm kind of just washing the background a little bit just to get it a little tinted and give it a little texture. So as I go over this background, it'll darken some of the parts that I leave that have more pigment. So as I add more washes, the marks that I have here laid out already, see how you can see kind of, you know, textural lines, those will get darker as I add more layers in the future. So now I'm just trying to kind of give a nice overall wash with a little bit of texture to get everything started. Doing this where you do the wash and get, as the paint gathers and creates that texture, it gives it a more organic look. So you're able to pick out more like organic shapes instead of like it looking like it's forced. So you just kind of use what happens to your benefit. It looks more natural that way. Oops, too dark. Yeah, I see it. I see it that way too. I mean, I don't. I'm not a big drinker or anything. I do smoke some weed every once in a while, but when I would go get tattooed, I would go sober, and I would definitely have a bowl or two afterwards. But yeah, I can relate to the pain, sending off the dopamine in your brain and feeling therapeutic or relaxed. Damn, too dark. You ever go to any tattoo conventions? That shit's crazy. I went to one a couple times. It was like the one of the bigger, I think it might be the biggest one. I don't know, but it was definitely the most promoted that I've seen. It's called Hell City. They have one in Columbus, Ohio, and they also have a. I'm not sure if this one's open to the public, but I know there's an artist retreat for tattoo artists only in what's it called? I think Phoenix, and it's called Hell City. And the one that they do in Columbus is, they call it Killumbus, Kill. And that was the one that I went to a few times. It was really fun. They had some wild stuff there. They had some suspensions. I don't know if you know what that is, but it's a piercing where they basically put like these hooks in your back or your front, depending on which way you want to swing. And they pull you up and suspend you off the ground. But at this one, they were doing a double suspension, and this dude and his girlfriend, he wanted to be like, "I love you, baby. Let me hang you from my chest." And the dude got suspended from his back from the ceiling, and then suspended his girlfriend from his chest and like legs. But I don't know, it was her whole body was suspended to his whole body, and then they lifted him off the ground and spun him a few feet off the ground for a couple of minutes, and then afterwards was like super gross. Like they took the hook out, and then they have to get the air that's trapped under your skin out, or you'll get like infection or something bad will happen to you. But they take like a big like space on your back, and then they push it like a big freaking pimple, and they squeeze all the blood and the air out. It's disgusting. But that couple, I had a great time. right, I think we're about ready to do the whites. But if you guys give me a minute, I'll be right back. Appreciate it. All right. So with the white, we're just gonna be real quick with it, because I still want to save some of the lights for using in the color. Sometimes people do render their paintings fully in the like this monochromatic way, but everybody's different, and this is the way I like to do it. So I do a little bit of highlights with the tinted white, and do a little bit of like extra highlights, like there's going to be some really, I like to call it hot white, which would be like straight out of the tube over in this area. So we're gonna save that for the last thing when we're doing this last stage of the underpainting. So that'll be like real hot white, but everything else in these highlighted areas will be like tints of white. Oh yeah, um, that's a kind of a cool story about that painting. So I painted that painting when that that portion of the season had come out, and I posted it on a FX fan page or something, and I never heard anything about it. And then like it was like a year later, I had I had gotten like an argument or something, and I got pissed off, and I dropped my phone because I was not being conscientious of what I was doing and let my temper get a hold of me. So I hit my phone down, and then it hit the floor and cracked the screen. I didn't have a case on the old iPhones that were really you could bend them real easy, so it got screwed up. I didn't have a phone, it didn't work, and then I bought a little tablet from my dad, and I was getting all my credentials put in and getting Facebook and stuff working, and then all of a sudden my notifications are like 25-30. I'm like, what's going on? It's like, it's not even my birthday, and I don't even get that many birthday wishes on my birthday. I'm like, what's going on? And so I look at the first one, and it's one of my workmates, and he's like, are you seeing this? And I click the link, and Katie Seagal, if anybody doesn't know who she is, she played Gemma Teller, and she's also I can't remember her name on all in, what was it called? Married with Children. I can't remember, Peggy. And she also plays that one-eyed alien on Futurama. But she had posted my picture with a little saying, spoiler alert, the end of Jax's story or something like that, and it got like 175,000 likes and 600 shares, and like it was ridiculous. But yeah, so she shared my painting, and it got a bunch of likes and stuff, and then I was getting orders for prints from all over the world. Like I had some in Switzerland and Canada, and it was just all over the place. That went on for a while, but yeah, that was like my most successful thing in art, was that. I also had something else happen actually last year. It was I painted a couple paintings. So I had just started getting back into painting like I'm doing right now, painting fan art and doing custom commissions and whatnot. And I had been looking for a way to like be inspired to paint and keep going, because I had a little kind of like a don't know what I'm doing spell, and then I started painting Mr. Miyagi from Karate Kid, and I was watching like all the movies on Hulu or something like that, because I could watch them with commercials or something like that, and I was just getting my art desk ready, and I needed something to occupy. So I watched all the movies and painted Mr. Miyagi, and then I posted it, and I had just started like my Instagram, and I'm not, I don't really understand. I didn't at the time understand Instagram very well, and some ladies like was like, you know who this is, like, and then took a screenshot of like the like bar or whatever, and it was like this person, and they told me like, I have no idea who that is, and like that's Pat Miardi. I can't say his name right, but the guy the actor that plays Mr. Miyagi's real life daughter had liked my portrait of Mr. Miyagi. That was pretty cool. So that's the other little accolade that I've had in art. So now that I'm using oops, that I'm using white and tinting it with the shades of blue and building up towards that hotter white, pure white color, I'm starting to think of more of like a sculptor. I'm like chiseling away the radiuses of the how the face turns, different things, how they turn and round, like the folds of clothes. I'm starting to think about you know the the gradient in those round shapes or folds and stuff. So it's a lot of pushing and pulling and slowly building up to that hotter color. And you can't be afraid to it it doesn't you can't be afraid to paint over stuff. And I found in my journey of painting and doing a lot of this portraiture and stuff like that, it's almost the lines that you paint over or the colors or whatever you paint over, sometimes it works in other areas. So it's like those lines needed to be there, for you to paint over them, and kind of like explaining that is when I do the washes. That's a good case in point. It it still keeps the information from below. It just tints the color on top of it, so you still have the information. So I use that technique as I go and add the highlights and the rounded edges and the soft edges to my painting. You could almost look at the process of doing the underpainting as kind of like a map of like what's it called? What's it called? When they show you the levels of a mountainous area or a hilly area, and then you look at it from above, and it's got the circles, and they get tighter as the elevation goes up. That's kind of like how I'm painting. Is like I start real dark and I move to the light, but when I make my passes or my brush strokes, I'm filling in those areas like if they were getting tighter and higher. And so that's like kind of like how I use my brush. Is I do a wide area and I start getting tighter, and the color either gets more bright or more dark depending on which way I'm going. But it's kind of like another way of thinking about how I'm doing the painting. Is I'm going up. You can already see it with just a very few pieces of light paint that I've put on it. In the areas that I'm choosing to hit with it, you already see it lifting forward. going on? Thanks for the follow. We're over here doing an underpainting on a Cad Bane. I'm working from dark to light. Right now I'm filling in some of the highlights before we get into the color. Just trying to get some nice soft vibes going on with the clothes and hitting those wrinkles in the face. No, I'm good. Just chilling, chatting. Do a little introduction. I'm Pale Horse from outside Chicago. I'm an artist for about over 10 years, and I've been specializing in portraits for a while, and for like a hobby I like to do movie scenes and portraits from movies, and recently I've been getting into doing some little character design, little cartoons that I actually put up in a show yesterday. So I dabble in a little bit of everything. The music that you're listening to, I think a majority of the tracks that in this playlist are music that me and my friend made a few years back. Do a little bit of digital music, and hopefully in the future I'll be bringing some leather craft, making wallets, knife sheaths, and other things to the channel. For right now, I got a lot of painting to do, so it's going to be a little bit focused on painting for a little bit till I get some more things squared away to bring the leather onto the channel. Can't wait till then. That's going to be awesome. Now we're gonna get some color going here. I'm gonna go with some Vat Orange and Pyro Red. And I think that's what we're gonna start with. Might change it up a little bit as we go along. I'll throw in some Hansen Yellow in there too for a mixer. Change our water too. Alright, we're going to start out with red. We're going to do a wash. A little bit heavy on the pigment, but still want to be able to see through it. We're just going to lay the red in the major areas of the eye. Not worrying too much about the saturation of the color. We're going to build it up, so it's going to take a couple layers. But at this point I'm paying attention to the pattern that I want to achieve. So I'm adding the striations in the eye. So as we add more layers, they become stronger and more noticeable. Okay, let's move on to some orange and let our red dry so we can go back into it. I'm going to take my Vat Orange and mix a little bit of the wash that I have with the red so it starts to be more of a orangish red so we can start achieving our blend. Having a little bit of colors that you've been using helps a little bit with color harmony, but you also want to pay attention to not getting your colors too muddy, because that can make things look really bad fast. But it's good to practice a little bit of restraint sometimes. So now I've switched to a darker red, almost like a dark cherry red. And I'm just hitting those little areas in the side of the eye, just to start getting a little bit of depth there. I want to be careful about my color mixing so that I'm not going too dark with the black, still staying in that red color. Appreciate it, thank you. Okay, now I'm going to let the eyes dry for a bit, because I don't want to start peeling, getting it too saturated with water or being too wet, because then it can kind of loosen the pigment that's already on there. So you kind of got to judge when's a good time to quit and move on to a different area. So I'm going to move on to the face. Actually, probably should do they call it. Brushes really don't matter too much to me about like what you use. I like a pointy brush for details, and a round bushy brush for feathering, and sometimes I use the flat or the more squared brushes to just kind of like really get areas, and sometimes it helps with getting like some, but I really don't pay too much mind to the brushes. It's kind of like whatever you have, you can just make it work. Alright, so his jacket's kind of like a dark brownish green almost. Almost like a... I'll stay with the brownish green. So let's see what we got. It's got some burnt umber. And let's see. I think we're gonna use... try sap green. Yeah, I think that's good. Maybe a little yellow. That's right. Just gonna go through with kind of a generic close enough color, so give me room to go lighter and darker in areas. So heavy. There we go. when I'm painting, when I'm making big choices like a whole coat or a big area of color, I kind of want to get like a generic close enough color so I can blanket the whole area and then go back in later and really tighten in like the nuances of like folds and the highlights and maybe a texture like the coat has a little bit of a fuzziness to it. The light is gonna create a texture over the roundness or where the structure rounds, so it'll have like a scumbling effect. So you can put that in there later on. But when you have the generic color, you're able to get closer, either dark or light, because it's right in the middle. I don't know if that makes any sense. So we're just gonna go over the whole thing with this wash, just so everything's kind of already close to the color that we need. And I was talking earlier about washes, and this right now is exactly what I was referring to. Earlier I said washes, that I use a lot of washes, and you can one of the benefits of it is being able to tint the surface a color, just like I'm doing here, where you can see now it's kind of that brownish green color, but you can still see the marks underneath it. So that helps with kind of sculpting your way to the finished look, and helps give you like soft facial, or not facial, color tones in the face. It gives you a lot of depth when you do it right. But you see now, it was just a couple minutes and a real light wash, and the painting's already changed so quickly, So that's why I like washes and doing the painting the way I do it. I start from dark to light, and then I go from dark to light with my colored washes.
Chitauri said, if you serve us, you wretched little human beings, we are going to make you into gods. And the human beings agreed to serve the Chitauri. And the Chitauri gave human beings a second gift, the gift of language. People started talking with their tongues where they had talked with their minds before.
Now we're adding some blue. Yeah, I'm digging them too. I had to let them dry for a little bit. I didn't want to start picking up the old layers, so I moved around a bit. We're going back in with some blue. It's real close to the underpainting color, but it's a little bit more saturated with Playtho blue. So we're going through it, just being sparing, only putting the color where it's important to be. Oops. So now I'm trying to focus a little bit more on making some texture in the skin of the face. So I'm still using my blue, but I've lightened it up a little bit more with some white. And I've kind of made it a little bit more opaque. And I'm doing kind of like a stippling action, which is just touching the tip of the brush to the painting. In that action, it makes some organic marks that look pretty good and don't really hold much of a pattern. And I just go around and add little spots and let them dry, so when I come back over with another wash that they still stick out. But being sparing and paying attention to where I'm placing the mark. And if it gets a little too much, I just a little dab with my fingertip just to take off like 10% of what I put down. I don't know why I do it, but that's what I do. Is it just takes a little bit off, still leaves the mark, but just tones it down a little bit if I was a little bit over compensating with the color or the amount of paint that I had on my brush at the moment. I'm not trying to be super detailed, I'm just trying to get just a little bit, just a little detail. You can get really bogged down about paying attention to every little single detail. The way I look at it is it'll get there eventually. just want to take my time and pay attention to like um, subtle changes. I'll look, and depending on the color I'll have, I'll try to find where can that color live, on the face, and that helps with color harmony throughout the whole piece. And then it helps you not get bogged down with picking on like super crazy detailed things and dialing in only to focus on that. It's kind of like you gotta slowly focus on to pinpoint details. Slowly get there. See those little marks right there? It's kind of like what I was, like the example of what I was trying to talk about earlier. About slowly building up. Eventually I'll come back through and hit this area again with a brighter light, so that we'll have a gradual step to that hot highlight. Alright, give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. Alright. Let's get back into those eyes for a little bit. Just changed my water. It's always good to keep your water changed, especially if you're working with washes and sensitive colors like yellow. Since I was using a Playtho blue and black mixture, so predominantly blue, if I were to have dirty water and trying to make a detail like a yellow eye or something like that, I would get like a green, like, or muddy tinted towards green mixture, which isn't good. So when you start doing details like the eyes or things you want to be real critical on, change your water, clean your brushes. Okay, I mixed up a golden yellow. So what we're trying to do here is just to continue to build up the layers, slowly pushing them in the lighter direction, but also making decisions get you in that area, like the next area. So like what I'm doing is I'm slowly going through that whole yellow portion of the pupil with like a singular color, and trying to place it where it needs to be, but not really saturating the portions that are going to be lighter. So like I'm just trying to slowly blend it in like a stair-step fashion to where the hottest color or the lightest color will be in the end. So I'm gonna throw down a little bit of white in that gold mixture just to lighten it just a little bit. Just put a couple marks in there so that you still have some of that original golden yellow color in there. You'll do this a couple times because once the water dries out and leaves the pigment behind, it'll kind of lighten up a little bit, and you'll be able to see a little bit more. So you might have to go back in and redo areas, but it'll look better in the end. So the steps are necessary to get the final product. Hell yeah. It's probably like your caveman fear of fire that entices you. So we'll go back and forth on the glazing in this eye, just because when you're doing these like little highlights, these little intricate like almost like star bursting eyes that these are, you wanna have like still want to pay attention to that dark to light kind of thing, and just you don't want to just like put a couple dots in there. You kind of like have some dots that are not as bright as others, just so you can have that depth. It's a little hard to explain, but like I found like when I'm doing stars, like or like in a night sky or something like that, I would do a whole bunch of dots, but then I would go back in and darken some with washes, like a darker wash, so some stars are more brilliant than others. And I would do that a few times. So you would have some stars that their brilliance are like, you know, more than half than others. You know, some are super bright, some are not, and that like really sold like a depth thing. So like even I try to take that idea and lesson that I learned and put it into other things. So now I'm adding just a little bit of my, let's say, middle orange color to the bottom and around the top eyelid, just a little bit. I don't want it to look like it's glowing, but I still want to have some color harmony. So little hints of orange here, a little bit of, you know, brighter blue shining through, you know, orange that's next to it. So kind of like they kind of just get together and shake hands a little bit, and then it still gives you more surface area to spread your color, which sells a glow effect later on. All these steps are necessary. Like it's like I've been saying that the whole time. A little too much on that one. Like I said earlier about the color harmony, you know, going through your whole painting, seeing where you can use the color. I see a certain little marks of this orange throughout the face, so it helps with color harmony, spreading your color wherever you can put it. I don't want to go too crazy with the orange because I want to use a real light magenta at the base of these eyes. I think will really add some some depth and overall cool color schemes to the painting, because it's I've really only used green, blue, white, yellow, orange, and red. But orange and red and yellow are in small places, and everything else is throughout the whole painting. So it's been a very small color palette, but that can also be very powerful in the painting too. So I kind of want to keep that aspect of it. But I think I need to put a little yellow, maybe an orangish yellow in my background. A real light wash, very light, mostly water, with a big brush, because that will help pop my character forward and help me get the overall layerage more even. So I've been painting on the portrait majority of the time, and I've neglected the background. The white areas are still the gesso, and I want to ensure that my painting develops evenly, so you can't forget the background. I'm gonna go with this really thin mustard yellow, dark mustard. Yeah, that looks good. So I'm just gonna put it on. Actually, I want to get it a little bit more thin, just real lightly throughout, so it kind of has a nice gradient in the background. And before I was talking about the history of my brush strokes, this is where that's going to come into play. So now I'm adding these washes of yellow, which is pushing the background back, because it's darkening that white. So the white is turning down, pulling back. And the brush strokes from my previous with the blue that's gone through here, those are going to stay because I'm doing this wash and add history to the painting. Texture and history shows you where it's been. Everything comes into play. So the strokes of the brush that I used to put the gesso on, the actual wood panel that itself is, along with the the building up of the background with the blue brush strokes, and now sealing it back and pushing it back with the yellow wash, shows the history where it's been. See how much of a difference this side to this side has? He's kind of jumping forward now. At least that's what it seems like to me, and that's what drove the decision to do that. That's looking awesome. I think later on, after I build up a couple layers, I'll hit some like thicker white mixed tinted with yellow to make some just textural brush strokes very sparingly through the background as a to like add a little bit of motion. I think that would look really cool. We'll see when we get there. Just a little bit. Much better. So now I'm using that yellow, that really thin yellow wash to kind of blend back those orange highlights that I was putting in here earlier, those golden orange highlights, where I was mixing it for color harmony. So now I'm just putting just a little bit, just to knock it back, or just to help it blend a little bit. I want to get all this color information down first before I come back in here to do some of the shadows, because this area in the eyes is a little bit hotter than it's supposed to be. The whole face is actually supposed to be more in shadow. So what I'm going to do is I'm still going to paint this the way it is now, but the final go through I might even pull out the airbrush and do a fine probably a blue-black mixture, just very fine, do subtle hints throughout the face, let it dry, and then probably a real quick all over the face wash to knock it back just a tiny bit to emphasize like a shadow effect. I think that'll really sell it at the end of the whole process. You always got to be thinking of, you know, ahead, but pacing yourself. Alright, let's do just a little bit more. Let's throw a little more golden yellow. Let's throw some more dirty orange in the background.
The Chitauri said, if you serve us, you wretched little human beings,
Just a little bit,
we are
so you can kind of have like
to make you
almost like a vignette.
and the human beings agreed to serve
That'll help draw the focus to the center and give you a little bit more colors to work with, so you're not so focused with that yellow. So you got a blend of a little bit more darker oranges and some that more say a lighter yellow. But when I come back in later with the real opaque white that's tinted a little bit yellow to add those action lines. Those will really look awesome because I've made this like vignette almost. Everything happens really slowly. You can even start to even make those action lines already with this orange. That'll help us later on. Yeah. I used to use the Pretzel Rocks thing, the internet radio for Twitch, but that was getting me booted from Facebook. I'm really new to Instagram also and to YouTube. So I still wanted to reach my fans or the people that support me on Facebook because that's mostly where I'm known at with the people that follow me. So I still wanted to include Facebook in part of my broadcast, but I was having trouble with getting in trouble with my broadcast being muted, and I found out that it was because of the Pretzel Rocks radio that they say that's for streaming and stuff like that, and that was getting me muted and making my videos kind of suck. So I decided to use the music that me and my friend made. This is Shamanavi and Pale Horse. So I think almost all of the tracks are me and my buddy. We made 2 albums a few years back before he went back to Australia. We spent like almost a whole year one time, just like almost every day at my house in the studio, working on just different ideas, different beats, and working with different stuff. And we came up with 2 albums. One's called A Pale Shaman, and the other one's called Children of the Python. It's got kind of alien kind of vibe to it a little bit. We used to like the Illuminati stuff and David Icke and all that kind of stuff back in the day. And I've always included my friend Shamanavi on my YouTube channel and basically anything I've done. He's given me some of his music too, but he's like a DJ and a music creator. And in 2009 we started our own little project that we kept doing, and we eventually got to play a show, which was really cool. It wasn't anything big or anything, but I had a bunch of friends that were all kind of starting to get into electronic music through my friend Shamanavi. And over like a couple years, we just started doing our own beats, throwing parties, DJing our own parties with some of them were using already made music and DJing to that. But I wasn't into that. I was into creating beats on the fly. So I would set up my my whole rack on my MIDI controller with beats that would all work together and just kind of like vibe out and jam to making my own beats. And I didn't have a lot of experience with virtual instruments or anything, so I had like my own scratch tracks. So I had like turntable scratches that I would just like cut in and out on the volume uh, with the fader, and kind of like just vibe with that, throwing improvisations in every once in a while. But we all had like parties and stuff and did music, and some of us took it more serious than others. But when we all kind of quit vibing together, me and my one buddy kind of did our own thing, and we ended up getting one of his other friends to play guitar on a few of our tracks, and we went in and did a bar show where we basically I played all of the MIDI controller where I would be cueing the beats and stuff like that, how it's supposed to be played, and it was all broken down like into like the drum section, the synth section, and the leads and stuff like that, and the drums, and I would just like vibe out like a kind of like a melody, or not a melody, but like a kind of remix version of our songs that we jammed together. And my one friend played guitar really good, and he would just vibe to what we were doing. He had his own solos and stuff, and that was like the best show experience I had. It was just like us in a little bar, and we were just doing our thing, and we got through our set, and it was just awesome. But yeah, we haven't done anything like that in a while. I basically kept my music skills for my video production and audio stuff I do. I'm also a boom operator for like a small independent film group, and we've made some web series on YouTube, and that's been fun. I've learned a lot about audio and making movies through doing that and being with those homies. And actually, one of my homies was on the channel earlier, saying hi. But we've been working on this comic book adaptation of Chew. It's this book, a comic book about this guy that's a detective, and he's got these like supernatural powers that he can like foresee like where any object's been and its whole life, or like just like everything about it just by eating it. So like if he eats something, he can see it. Like eats a piece of chicken, he can like tell everything from like when it was hatched, when it came out of the egg, how much fun it had at the barn or on the farm, all the way up to it getting slaughtered, and the packaging guy having dirt on his fingernails, and just like all of that flashed before this guy's eyes. So it's like it's based on that comic book, and it's based on that comic book, and it's really awesome what I've seen, and being on set, doing the on-set audio. So I do two things. I am a boom operator and sound mixer. Sound mixer is the guy that gets all the on-set audio recorded onto one piece of media, so onto the flash drive or whatever. And the boom operator obviously chases the talent around, ensuring that the microphone is placed in the optimal area to pick up the sound, and while doing that, ensuring that he or she is not making any additional sound, like vibrating the pole, stuff like that. So it's real hard to like do all of that at the same time, but we get it done. We what's it called? We had two online series. Actually, no, three. Sorry, I wasn't part of that. We had season. It's been so long, I can't even remember right now. We've had a couple of seasons of of our web show. We've had State of Disgrace by the YouTube channel is called Raven Roulette, and the show is called State of Disgrace, and it's kind of like I don't know, it's kind of like Trailer Park Boys meets Cops. You know, it's real vulgar. It's, you know, everybody gets made fun of kind of stuff. It was real fun to make, you know, being a newbie at the whole process of making films and stuff. But it was a little rough in the beginning. The second season is by far the best of quality and was the most fun to make. I didn't take part in the first one other than helping with sound and sound effects and stuff that I learned a lot from. But we made 2 seasons of that show, and we also made a couple little short horror deals. They're not like long horror movies. They're like 7 to 8 minutes long. One was called Mr. No Face. That one was pretty cool. We learned a lot. We met some new friends in that process of doing that little short horror, and that moved on to something more artistic and ambitious, where we had kind of like a nightmare come true, or a childhood fear come true, where you saw this kid and his nightmare, and then when he was an adult, and then his nightmare finally coming to get him. And that was really awesome. I did more work sound-wise on that than most of any of the other things. I did a lot of Foley work. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the term Foley. Foley is the art of making sounds that sound like they're supposed to be there. So like breaking somebody's bones would be like snapping celery into the microphone and then processing it and creating that sound. And either like running on dirt and recording it. So that's like Foley work. But in that one I did a lot of Foley work where I recorded like my wife walking around in the yard on wet grass, and there was part of the scene. Yeah, there's a couple of really cool videos out there about people showing about Foley. So I recorded like my wife walking around in the wet grass and on the rocks and stuff like that, and then part of it has a scene in the bathroom where you hear some running water, and I got in the shower and I did all these like curtains opening, water turning on, shit like that, and added that all into the video, and it's almost, you can't even tell. It's like almost perfect. But yeah, we showed that on the big screen. That was another big thing that happened with that. Me and my buddies, we had our own little like showing where we showed our first little horror movie short, and then like a year later we showed another at our own like little event that we had, and we had rented out this huge theater and had all these people come in, and we showed our horror movie along with a few other people's little horror shorts. It was a great time. It was really cool to see like stuff that you spent a lot of time on be up on the big screen, you know, even though they paid to have it up there, you know. But it's a cool feeling. So right now we're still trying to work on this background a little bit more. We're adding texture and lines. So if you've been following along, here's where that portion where I was talking about the history comes in, you can still see the brush strokes in the background. It still becomes part of it, you know, that it's more deep, has more depth now. It's separated the character a lot more, and adding subtle lines going to where you want people to look, you know, is what you're trying to achieve with this background, since it's basically just a very simple, plain, cloudless sky with nothing to really paint in there other than bluish white. So, artistic license. Pretty good.
Self-discovery, or for a host of other romantic reasons, find themselves snared and deluded. Illicit drugs are sold for a price. The price of
Let's do a little experimenting here.
For the greed and gain.
In my mind's eye, I see a little hint of magenta under his eyes. I think I want to try that real quick. I don't want to go crazy. So I'm going to only take a little bit. Oh man. Well, I'll just put some down there. It's expensive. Don't want to overuse it. Alright, so I got this real thin magenta color here. So I'm just going to put a little bit under his eye. Beef it up just a little bit more. So give me a subtle blend. I don't even know if you guys can really even see it. But I can see it. It just gives it a little bit more of a, it helps the glow. There you go. That looks great. I can move that down a little bit more, just a little bit. Yeah, that looks really good. Just using it kind of like to give a little bit of warmth to the shadows that I've already put down there. It's really subtle, but adding that little bit kind of helps the shadows, help them blend into the overall. I think we'll call it good on the magenta. I don't want to overdo it. Just a little bit more. I think that's good on that. Sweet. let's go back to the eyes. So now we're going to focus a little bit more on getting a little bit more detail. So I'm gonna do let's do a little bit hotter golden yellow. Let's see what we got going on here. Putting a little bit. Trying to make a little bit of pay attention to like the texture of the eye. Just little stipples. Stipples are little dots. So I think I've reached what I could do with this color. So now I'm going to mix a little bit of a hotter yellow, starting to get away from the red. So now it's more predominantly yellow and white. Staying tighter in the eye. So now the history that we've done with the eyes is coming into play. We started off with a dark red, moved and detailed out the corners with a black cherry red, and then moved to more of an orangey yellow, to a golden yellow, to a lime yellow, or more like a sunlight or sunbeam yellow. That's like what I would think to call it. And then we're going to try to get a little bit hotter and then finish it off with looking at some of the highlights that are appearing from the practicals in the surroundings. So like whatever the character standing by that's reflecting in his eye. So that will be our lightest color, will be those reflections. So we got it just a little bit hotter. Real sparing with this white wash, slightly tinted yellow but mostly white. Just want to lay a couple little drops in there, let it dry because it's going to be wet and want to drip. So I'm just going to lay them in there. Maybe blow on it a little bit. But just let those drips, those little puddles that you just put on there with that wash, just dry so they leave the pigment behind, and we can add a little bit more so it's lessened in self-control. that's going to help sell the glow, because there's a pinpoint of bright white or bright light. That's the secret for all glowing effects with painting, is having the core be nice and bright. My head's in the way. Touched a little bit on his eyelid here, trying to bring it forward, separate it from the upper fold of his eyelid. These little highlights are what starts to sell the 3D effect. And that magenta that I was thinking about talking about earlier and added just looks super awesome now. So it's like when you see these things and then you finally get them to work, it's just, that's the whole thing of painting, is this color transition here from this like high cheekbone to the glow of his eye and getting up into the edge of his eyelid here. It's just really nice and really looks really cool when it's really close up. Man, I wish I had another camera I could get closer with. And then this highlight here is just really nice when you look at it. And like I was saying, all those brush strokes that I did earlier were completely necessary. So let's get closer to this hot zone right here. Let's define this eyelid, and then we'll move over to where this fill light is hitting him. Actually, it's probably a key light. Real careful. Should have had more paint on the brush. That looks pretty good. Maybe add a little bit more white to thicken up that paint. There we go. Perfect. That's great. And then we gotta add a little bit more tear depth here, I guess. Missed that. Go back into those eyes where we let that little drop dry. Add another drop. Let it dry. There we go. Looks good. Still need to lighten it. Right eye up a little bit more. Now I'm coming back in with some darker colors to retouch some of the lines that I put in the eye. It's a lot of back and forth, push and pull. So, like I said earlier, you can't be afraid to paint over stuff, and sometimes those lines are necessary to be painted, even though that they're going to be painted over. Too much. There we go, that looks good. Alright, let's get them teeth. That's the only thing I don't think has been touched yet. Make a nice bone white, a little yellow, a lot of white. Don't get crazy if it's not filling up with color, or it seems to be not taking color. You can do it in stages. Just put a little bit on there just so you stay within the lines. We'll go back and add some more. That'll give us the opportunity to add some tint, some tinting color to our teeth. These teeth aren't all white.
Experience is just that, an experience of real consciousness. That change from the perception or the observation of this world transforms everything.
What up, Dish? I was just talking about you. I was saying how awesome our shows were back in the day. All our guerrilla filming and stuff like that. We spilt a lot of blood back in the day. Literal and real, you know. What is that word? Figuratively and literally. Yep. I gotta pay attention to the time. I gotta pick up my wife at 9:30, so I gotta make sure I'm not zoning out and forgetting what time it is. thought you, I was like, what thermos? Oh, I thought that said thermos for a second. I was like, what? She'll probably pop in on the stream and be like, where are you? She follows me on Twitch. Yo, I totally forgot. Are you into reading books or audiobooks or anything right now? I got a book for you to check out. Go check out The Mountain Man. The Mountain Man by I can't remember the author. I think it's like Keith Blackmore or something. Oh, Keith C. Blackmore, The Mountain Man, or Mountain Man. I want you to listen to that book. I think you'll love it. It's a zombie apocalypse book, and I think there's like potential to like make something with that, like maybe like similar thing to Chew. But yeah, you should definitely like think about maybe looking into that one, because there's some serious cool shit in that book. There's 6 books and 2 prequels and 1 small novella, or novella, whatever, the small little novels. Those ones are I haven't listened to the prequels or the novella yet, but I listened book 1 through 6, and they're just freaking awesome. Yeah, I think I heard about that one. I'm gonna have to check that out. If you don't have a Audible, you can get them. You can watch them for free on YouTube. There's I think at least the first book on YouTube. It's freaking badass. You should check it out. Hey, if you need any help with anything on working on Chew, let me know. I'll help you. Like with the audio, like syncing clips or anything. Sweet, man. So now, right now we're paying attention to little highlights. Not like the real hot ones, just the ones that are subtle. So like small changes like throughout the clothing. I'm going to be like lightly going through those areas, adding a little light wash, so when I come back in with another color, they'll still stand out, but won't be so hot. Appreciate it, man. give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Alright, so now I think I'm gonna go and darken up some of the hat a little bit. I think that's feeling a little neglected. So now I'm going back through, kind of hitting those dark spots that need to be toned down a little bit. And this also gives me the opportunity to kind of chisel out areas and let highlights through and pull highlights back. It's a lot of pushing and pulling. Yeah, I know, man. I loved it. I'm really interested to see what the finale is. I mean, there's only one episode left. I feel a little. Oh no. Oh, it's just water. Thought I had paint on me. But I feel a little bit of like, where was Boba Fett, you know? But I don't know. I liked what we got, but like story-wise, I feel a little bit taken out of the story. But if you look at it like a movie, it would be like just like an interlude, you know what I mean? And or even in a book. I mean, like, I've heard of a couple people comparing those last two episodes to an interlude in a storybook, and I'm like, yeah, I could see that totally. But like, I feel kind of weird in this episodic format that it's like pulled me out of Boba Fett, you know, and put me into Mandalorian. But I was really happy with what we got. I'm kind of thinking that this might not be the last time we get something similar to how that what's it called, dynamic with the crossover fest. I think it's going to happen in some of these other movies, kind of like what's going on here. But either they're trying a new way of telling stories, or they're still trying to figure out what they're doing. But I'm still giving them the benefit of the doubt, because in the last Mandalorian and at least, you know, the seasons that have been out, it's been kind of like things have all you always just wait a second, and then it's kind of explained, or oh, that's what that was all about, you know. So I'm still kind of holding back to kind of like see the whole series as what it is, to really like pass judgment on these last two episodes, like what was their real purpose, you know, other than to be like a soft commercial for the next season of Mandalorian. But I enjoyed it very much, and looking forward to seeing the next episode this week, or when it comes out. Yeah, I can understand what you're saying, but with all things, I mean, they need some sort of character growth, you know. Boba Fett had the mystique of, you know, a silent threat, you know, someone not to mess with. But you know, it's like, how much growth can you get, you know? And even in his monologue in the show, he's saying that he was tired of hunting, so he was ready for some growth, you know. So life, you know, gave him challenges, and now he emerged as somebody different. So I think he's like trying to define himself. He's probably had his, you know, like with what I've seen is like his whole life has been about being a bounty hunter, or you know, a clone, like a you know, Django's son, you know. But Django was kind of like, you know, he wanted his legacy, his bravado, and his you know, his what is that word called? Like his name. He wanted his name to be feared and to live on. So he trained Boba to be like that, you know, and that's all Boba's known. He was grown to be a soldier, you know, or that was like how he was kind of brought into the world. He was part of a deal, you know, and he was manufactured with other people like him that were soldiers, and they were told what to do. And Boba Fett lived that way and was like, you know, basically a mirror image of what his dad was. So I think after losing him, you know, that was like left him empty. He had no like idea where he sat in the universe, you know. So he just did what he was trained to do. He just became a badass bounty hunter, and he got tired of it. And then, you know, through, you know, events, he almost died. That would probably like make some people think about what they're doing. So we're not seeing the old Boba Fett. We're seeing a reborn Boba Fett that's learned some lessons and still trying to figure out where he is in the world. You know, he just kind of had a family unit, and then that family unit's gone. So now he's, you know, orphaned again, kinda. And now he's making friends with Fennec Shand, which is, now they're kind of like doing their own thing together, which they're both relying on each other. So that's kind of like a new family unit. I think the underlying message is about acceptance, and everybody's family's different, and you know, stuff like that. And I like it. I think we're gonna get something similar to how the Book of Boba Fett is in the next Mandalorian season. I think it's gonna be a lot of. I think Boba Fett's gonna be in it a lot. I wouldn't. I don't know. I don't have anything to back it up, but just in my mind, I think Boba Fett is gonna end up being a lot in the new Mandalorian season, because I think that's like kind of like what this whole Mandalorian Mandoverse thing is. We're gonna get crossovers with Ahsoka, more, and what's it called? All her homies that show up in her show. I think there's just gonna be like tons of crossovers in the future on all of these shows. I think it's kind of either they don't know how to write like a live action show, which is stupid to think they don't know how to. But I think they're trying to set us up for something to experience in the future. Or a certain way they're going to start telling their stories. Yeah, no, I saw that. I'm about to wrap it up. I guess this is a perfect time. Great song to end it on. Alright, we're going to call it there. And I appreciate everybody stopping by today. We had a nice almost 5-hour stream today. A bunch of people stopped by. Want to thank Dish for holding it down in the chat. Thank Jacobite Games for stopping in and saying what's up. And the rest of the people that stopped by, I appreciate it. But let's take a final look. So it turned out pretty good. I'm still gonna do another go, but pretty good for the first sitting. I still got a lot of defining the folds in the clothes and highlights and stuff like that. But I'm really digging some of the magenta and stuff that's going on and around the eyes and the shadow on the hat up here. I'm going to come back in later on and do a nice little fade around the nose area with the airbrush. Real gentle so it doesn't get too drippy. But I'm happy with the way it looks. And thanks a lot, everybody, for stopping by and saying what's up and listening to my stories and checking out my art for a little bit. And I'd like to stream every Saturday. It's kind of like what I got going on. I started early tonight, but I usually start around 6:30 if you want to check me out again. And you can find me on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch at Art by Pale Horse, and you can find my website at artbypalehorse.com. And I appreciate everybody for stopping by, and I'll see you next time. Peace, Dish. Love you, bro.